各位贵宾朋友们，晚安。请报到的厂商朋友可以伸张您的桌牌，放置在桌位的前方，让我们的工作人员呢可以为你们协助记录。我们正后方有茶点、点心都可以做享用。那我们洗手间在主持人右手边，洗手间在主持人右手边的投影幕后方通道中。我们的活动呢即将就要开始了，谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If you are a business representative, please kindly put your table card in front of your table so that our staff can write it down for you. Feel free to enjoy the refreshment at the back of our venue. The lavatory is to the right and to the back. Our event will begin shortly. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾朋友们，大家早安！我们的活动即将于3分钟后开始，请您尽速入座，并将手机关为静音或者是震动模式。谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, our event will begin in 3 minutes. Please turn your cell phone to silent mode or switch it to silence. Thank you very much. 经济创新研讨媒合会正式开始。各位贵宾朋友，请观赏我们的开幕影片。
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 2021 Taiwan Circular Economy of Innovation Seminar and Matchmaking. I am Anita, your MC today.
Circular Economy of Innovation Seminar and Matchmaking 2021. I'm your MC for today. My name is Anita. 去年呢，我们举办了
Last year, we held the first 2020 Taiwan Innovation Seminar and Matchmaking and created a lot of opportunities for cooperation. Today, on the foundation we built last year, we have expanded to work together with the Public Construction Commission, and we have received even more enthusiastic response from over 50 businesses and with more diversified topics. This year, we're going to focus on 3 topics: circular agriculture, SRF, solid recovered fuel, and circular construction. Without further ado, let us welcome our organizers who are going to deliver the opening remarks. The Deputy Minister of the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, please welcome Deputy Minister Shen Zhixiu.
Director Wu Xinxiu, the Ministry of Interior Construction and Planning Agency, Director Zheng Junming, the Public Construction Commission, and Director Wang from Council of the Agriculture. Distinguished speakers, industry representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 2021 is to us is a very challenging year to all of us, especially we are affected by the COVID-19. At the moment, it's getting more stable right now, but you can feel the climate change, the impact of climate change to Taiwan, especially in this summer. The temperature is the peak of the record, and so the drought and the lack of water have all impacted us. But not only in Taiwan, it is a global issue. So this year, this October, 31st October, in Glasgow in England, there's a global climate change meeting, which is COP26. In the COP meeting, there's about 197 member companies or parties who took the initiative of the action for the award. Although Taiwan is not the endorsing party, however, our carbon emission represent about 0.55%, ranking about more than 20 something. It is considered as one of the low carbon emission country. However, during the process, because of the semiconductors and during the manufacturing process, we will have a carbon footprint. However, our products go distributed all over the world for the global utilization. We have very advancement in high-tech industry. However, we have to encounter the impact of climate change as well as to take more aggressive mitigations. One thing more critical is the transformation of energy. We are trying to promote the renewable energy, including windmill and the solar panel. However, they all were created waste materials. How to recycle those resources to reduce the usage of the nature resources. The key is the carbon reduction. So this is the objective of today's conference. We wish that in terms of the low resource and energy, while we have the technology, we have the technology of the resource circulation. That's our strength. So today's matchmaking is to identify the issue and transform the issue to opportunities. For example, we are all talking about a certain the construction waste issue, as well as those agricultural waste which cause environmental pollution. However, with the government agencies, the endeavor we have identified the channel to resolve it. So the construction and planning agency play a very important role to the Public Construction Commission to apply the public construction, which is a very critical opportunity for Taiwan. Today, we are very delighted to have everybody talking about the three subjects: how to transform the consumable, that is the SRA, the solid waste recycle. So we have many vendors here. If we can enhance those waste and transform it into fuel, and then reduce the usage of coal, that is carbon reduction. How to transform those organic resource to create methane, create the energy utility. How to transform the construction waste into the circular resource for construction materials. So for the agricultural waste, it can be renew and recycle to create a more added value. That is the consensus of the industry. So I'm very happy to see all of you. So through today's matchmaking, I believe you can promote your product, your technology to everyone. So perhaps your technology can resolve the domestic environment, also create an opportunity for resource renewable. So this is a very critical opportunity. You all play a very important role today. Today's seminar, and through such a matchmaking, I think we can create a very valuable result. So I hope that today's seminar and matchmaking very smooth. I wish you all have a very good health. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shen, the Deputy Minister's remark. To implement the circular economy, there's no shortcut, but there's endeavor. So with all of us, we can develop a journey of a circular economy. So next, we would like to invite Mr. Ji Ming-chen from the Construction and the Planning Agency, Ministry of Interior. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, the organizing committee, to give me an opportunity to participate in this seminar and the matchmaking. Today, on top of our EPA, we also have the Construction and Planning Agency, as well as the Council of Agriculture and other agencies. Ministry of Interior is the newcomer. So as you know, that there are two very important meanings. One is we are very honored, and secondly, we are very obligated and and accountable. So because we play about 10% of contribution for the waste, so we will try to reduce the waste. That's our responsibility. Today's subject is circular economy. So to encounter or embrace these issues, we have two perspectives. One is a short-term perspective. I would like to encourage people to reduce the waste, which is recycle, reuse. For the long-term perspective, we would like to build a business model in the government agency as well as business sector. We would like to incorporate the new concept. For the short term, as I mentioned, at least we need to reduce the carbon emission. For relevant the construction, the regulation, we would like to ask that, for example, interior decoration, we would like to ask that 60% of the designs match the criteria of green building. For the exterior, we ask about 20% of the contribution. So with regard to the green building construction and the relevant utility will be applied. So we also in charge of the sewage treatment. So the one critical issue is sludge, which contain a lot of organic waste. So with that, we would like to try to process. Otherwise, the downstream will be this stuff. So in Taiwan, we have 19 wastewater treatment plant. We would like to apply that during the drying process. We would like to reduce toxicity. So in the end result, we have found SRF that this. So because it has a lot of organic pollutants. So in Yilan plant, we are trying to do a pilot to work together with a cement company to do some process. On top of that, some of those sludge can be applied for the filling or the construction materials, like the test is on the. We have a pilot test. So nowadays we have about more than 40 tons of metric tons of the sludge to be processed. So for the short term run, this is the objective. Back to today's subject, it is a circular economy. So you need to have some values. So we need to sit back and see how the construction and the planning agency can do. If it is a construction, we would like to see what is the shelf life for the construction and the usage and the demolition. So we found that the current model is doomed to create a lot of waste and create a lot of issues downstreams. So for the new resource and the material need to be transformed. So it is to the fact that in the past we have a serious issues of the usage of the resource and a lot of waste. So now the new concept is that the construction materials or building can be assembled and disassembled, and take apart. So in the end of the life cycle, you cannot just apply the demolition process. So now when we see or look at the building construction, we look at every components, every materials. They all need to be defined for future the utility. So if you don't need it here, you can use it somewhere else. For example, if you have a building right now in front of you, if you don't need it, you can take it apart and put it on the other building. So those components can be recycled and reused. So of course you need to have a very robust maintenance for the building. We need to implement that kind of circulation. However, it is easy to say. So during the construction, we need to have a very diligent the design of the components. So we have the 5-year plan to establish the construction information model. So when we design or construct buildings from every components, every specification, all the materials, you need to have a very specific definition and design in the database. So and plus the follow up the maintenance and usage. If you need to replace it, then you need to go downstream. If you can be reused in somewhere else, you can replace it. So in Europe, there's a so-called material bank, like or what we have I would say like IKEA or B&Q. So they they all can have those replaceable components. So you can really exchange and utilize the materials to avoid the downstream process. So that's our aim. So I think by the year 2025, we need to establish a consensus model in central government as well as local government. So for every new building, you need to submit this kind of information to set up a solid foundation for circular economy. That's our goal. Today, I'm very happy to see that on top of the government agency, we also have the vendors from the industries and the academic centers. Through all of us, we can collaborate and we can work together. So the government can set up the regulation, and the industry can develop the business model as well as technology. So here in Taiwan, we can stand on the peak of the sustainability. So I wish today's seminar and matchmaking very successful. I wish you have a very good business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Deputy Mr. Chen. Now we would like to invite from the Public Construction Commission, Mr. Zheng Junming, Director General of the Commission. Welcome. Deputy Mr. Shen, Deputy Mr. Chen, Director General Wang, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, it is with true delight that on behalf of the Public Construction Commission, I attend this very meaningful event. As Deputy Minister Shen has mentioned, the Public Construction Commission has code and regulations that will facilitate your cooperation. And so that's why this year, together with the Ministry of the Interior, we were invited to join this important event. In terms of construction, we are promoting the recycling and reuse of materials in public construction. For example, we have a lot of waste that's going into the incinerators, creating sludge and the ashes. So the ashes after retreatment can become fuel, and also there is some sludge and created. And for construction, as you saw in the video, there are a lot of old buildings that need to be demolished, and so creating a lot of waste materials. And there are also a lot of roads that are being paved over and over again. So the old road material as well as the building materials are resources that we can try and reuse in public construction projects. So we talked about recycling and reuse being a very difficult task. So that's why in 2017 the Commission led the way in promoting this in public projects. In the same year, we invited EPA, Ministry of the Interior, and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, as well as Ministry of Transportation and Communication, which have a lot of major projects. And together, we created a cross-departmental task force for promoting recycling and reuse, trying to find the right quantity, the right place, and the right materials being used in construction projects to achieve what we're talking about today, circular economy. So this is the main concept that we have today to promote first with public projects, and then through the cross-departmental collaboration invited by the Public Construction Commission to work on this together. So we will first initiate from the government, and then we also need to rely on our business partners to work together with the public sector. According to the Commission's statistics, all the resources I just mentioned can create about 3.75 tons of materials of fuel, and then we have some of it that can be used in public projects, and as for the rest, that's why you are here. Together, we can work together and try to find use for the remaining 20%. So that is why I'm very excited to be here, and I really want to wish this meeting every success, and I wish you health. Thank you. Now we are delighted to invite from the Department of Science, Director General Wang Shixian from Council of Agriculture. Welcome. Deputy Minister Shen, Deputy Minister Chen, Director General Zheng, dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Agriculture is one of the oldest industry, and it is also the industry of life. In the early days, we rely on time and space for agriculture. So as Deputy Minister Shen said, and in the opening video, we saw that we need to develop biofuel and to create energy or fuel from different resources. In agriculture, there are a lot of organics that can be reused. Under the guidance of EPA, we are also thinking about how to maximize the potential of bioenergy. I also talked with Dr. Hong from Fuzhou and Dr. Zhang, who will speak and present today. And when we talk about biofuel, it's not just a relay. We need to think right from the start what to do. So from the COA, Council of Agriculture, we are trying to think about how to enhance the building of the pig pens so that we can reuse the methane produced. The recycling and circular economy agriculture is an important focus globally. In agriculture, we not only need to produce more food to create a better life. At the same time, we also need to think about a lot of different directions. That is why the COA from very early on talk about cutting down the use of fertilizers over a decade to create a different method of production, to use adequate materials and resources for creating food and for sustainable agriculture. So we also promoted codes for organic farmhouses. It is a great honor that under the calling of the EPA, the Construction Planning Agency, and the PCC, together we are going to think about how we can develop sustainable architecture. So with your help, I believe we will be able to go further and faster. Thank you very much. I want to wish this seminar and matchmaking every success. I wish you health. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director General Wang. Now, may I ask you to remain on the stage, and may I ask all our officials to come on stage. Deputy Minister Shen, Deputy Minister Chen, please join us on stage to open up today's meeting, Taiwan Circular Economy of Innovation Seminar and Matchmaking 2021. So let's now have an opening of the event. And please look at the photographers. Thank you very much. May I ask you to remain on the stage a little longer because the limit of the stage size, we are going to have group photos in 2 rounds. First, may I ask all the speakers today to join us on stage for a group photo with our officials for a memento of this important moment. Now we will have the second round of photo. May I ask all the business partners to join us on stage. Please remember to bring your company name with you. We have prepared a board for your company name.
请上台，请上台。可以站在两侧，也可以站在后面。也请各位厂商呢，不要忘记拿着手举牌哦。有些厂商也可以在前面蹲下来哦。我们尽量呢，让大家都可以露出自己的身影。谢谢各位厂商，非常感谢各位长官、厂商以及讲者的莅临。好的，请看向摄影师，3、2、1，哇，再一张，我们手举牌不要遮住脸部哦。3、2、1，摄影师这样 OK 吗？好，谢谢各位，谢谢各位长官。
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the official speakers and business partners. I believe with today's meeting, we will stimulate a lot of active discussion of circular economy and business opportunities. Just a reminder that we have refreshments prepared for you in the back of the room. Please help yourself. If you need to go to the bathroom, they are behind the backdrop here. So now, at the Taiwan Circular Economy Innovation Seminar, we will begin with the first presentations. So once you have finished taking refreshments and got comfort breaks, we will begin our very first topic, which is SRF, solid recovered fuel. We will have Dr. Zhang Jiaji to talk about new thinking in turning waste to energy, applications and benefits of SRF, which is solid recovered fuel. This is Dr. Zhang from the Taiwan Bioenergy Technology Development Association. Please welcome Dr. Zhang. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great delight that I come here and present to you some of the benefits and applications of SRF. In managing waste, the key is to cut down the use at the source. But of course, it's unavoidable to have waste, so we should try to recover valuable materials where we cannot find value for the materials. It needs to be incinerated or turned into fuel. This is what we call the WTE, waste to energy. So for WTE, at the landfill, we recover the methane to produce heat. However, the utilization ratio is quite low. So, and then when we turn to incineration as waste management, we also use the heat produced to generate energy to This is also a kind of WTE, waste to energy, and Taiwan has performed quite well in this area. However, our incinerators need some renovation at this point, and also we are going through some changes for waste treatment. So we need to try to think about the next step. So we can see here, for the combustible waste can be created into fuel and be used in boilers. So this is what the next step that we're going to talk about today. Over the next 15 to 20 years, this would be a change in our waste to energy process. So for waste, we can turn it waste to fuel or to incinerate, and the difference is the efficiency. So we would choose from the waste materials that are not harmful and combustible. So according to the needs of the boiler users. However, the greatest difference from incineration is the goal in incineration is treatment. So we are just recycling the heat produced to generate energy. For most of our incinerators, they are the so-called NIMBY facilities, so they are very far away, and the steam produced is far away from where it can be used with a very low utilization ratio. So it's our important goal and challenge in the future to try and turn the waste to fuel. So waste to fuel and incineration are complementary. So some businesses are worried that once we promote waste to fuel, we won't have waste to incinerate. But actually, for the incinerators, they are not selective of what comes in, whereas boilers are different. They are the heart of our manufacturing sector. So we need to carefully select refuse that can be used as fuels, and this would help reduce the burden for the incinerators, and we have another path to reuse the waste and then also recycle some resources in the process. So WTE is related to our topic today, SRF, solid recovered fuel. This is very common in European countries where they sort out those that are very suitable for combustion, such as waste paper, plastic, and membrane. This would be the main sources of SRF. In the past, we need to have those reprocessed. However, with new boilers to enhance their combustion utility, they don't need to reprocess these things into pellets. There is some biofuel in here. So in combustion, ICCC's definition is zero. This burning is zero emission, and also there is some plastic with the same unit of materials because it is also lower in emission compared with coal. So it's a low carbon fuel. Not everything is suitable as SRF. For example, if we look at Germany as an example, this is their stats for the total waste plastic recycled. Out of the total materials, there's 46% that can be recycled, 53% that can be recycled into energy. Only roughly about 20% and 25% in Japan can be produced into fuel. So in terms of ratio, you can see that the remaining hard to combust material, such as this microphone, which has some thick plastic pellets, it's not suitable for boiler combustion. There might be a lot of volatile, so it still needs to go into the urban incinerator. So the two work hand in hand. In Europe, the annual SRF produced out of total waste is 55 million tons. So using concrete as an example, they went from 2% to 44% of energy source from SRF for the cement industry, and even up to 60%. In our neighbor, Japan, they also developed this quite early. Actually, earlier than us, they have established quality classification standards in Japan, the European Union, and even Korea. SRF is a commodity that can be sold. There's roughly 15 million of SRF requirement from Japan, but their supply does not meet demand. So actually, they have businesses that want to come to Taiwan to produce SRFs. In Japan, they have clear incentives for generating power using waste. So there is strong incentive behind this. In the future, when we form our WTE industry chain, it needs to be an entire chain where you need to treat waste, collection and transportation. The transportation needs to work hand in hand with the source of waste. So at the source, you need to try and sort as early as possible so that later when it is delivered to SRF factories, you have higher quality and lower cost. The fuel produced can be provided to the cement or the power plants and different companies. When we talk about WTE, usually people just think about power plants, but actually in the manufacturing sector, they also need a lot of energy. For example, for boilers, they need high pressure boilers. However, there are also some energy sources that require a broader range and lower threshold for energy produced. So if we want to go straight to power generation, you need very high quality fuel or very high quality power generation equipment. So this is a balance that needs to be struck. So it's not just in the start. The next area of focus would be the cement industry and also the boiler industry. A key in SRF production is it's user-driven. The source is waste. No matter how good the source is, if the size is not appropriate, you won't be able to fit it into the boilers. So also the chemical content, the chlorine content, and even down to the aggregate size. Does it work well with the boilers? All those are key. So we need to find the back-end user first, or the back-end users, if they need to give clear requirements. So the core to SRF WT of waste is the back-end, the SRF users. So we have some standards for the quality of SRF manufacturing, and also had the Industrial Development Bureau. Because this is a product, so they need a classification standards for the quality of the fuel, and also some market mechanisms. So overall, in the short term, we will look toward the western part of Taiwan, the existing CRBs. And in the short times, we will have mixed combustion. And then in the development, we're going to stay close to what developments in Japan and the EU. They started with mixed combustion, but of course, you find that when you cannot increase the ratio, then there will be some dedicated boilers for SRF. I think in the future we will have a demand that will take up to 50%, which is the cement industry. How much SRF they can use depends on the chlorine content for the fuel. So it's not just about source management, but also the resulting product. So for the companies using this as an alternate fuel for their cement production, they will have to concern themselves with the quality of the end product as well when they're using SRF. The best sector using SRF is the paper manufacturing sector. These are the major companies that use waste paper to produce SRF. And this is a life cycle analysis. And under all scenarios, when you use this SRF, the efficiency is at least 5 times more effective than coal burning. In the EU companies, under the same heat, the carbon emission is only a third of burning coal. Our government has also made some analysis. There are some companies that use pure SRF boilers, up to 65% of SRF. So they can cut down their emission by 45%. So comparing WTE and incinerators, we can see that for every ton of waste for incineration, it produces 400 kilowatt-hour of electricity. However, with SRF, it creates twice as much energy as the incinerator, and it has wider use across the manufacturing industry. So in brief summary, the efficiency of WTE is not just limited to low carbon emission, and also satisfying industry needs. It also cuts down impact to the environment and helps us reduce our overall emission. It can also provide an extra pathway for waste treatment. So it can work together with incinerators to have different streams of waste treatment. The success factor for this is dependent on management because it comes from waste. So when it's being manufactured, we need strong regulation. So this is evident in Japan and Korea, and they check every batch, every lot of fuel. It's as if it's a product. And so in the future, the use will be mainly on existing facilities and mixed use with coal. However, in the long term, we will move toward what is happening in Japan and EU, where we have dedicated boilers and combustion facilities for SRF. So the better the combustion efficiency, of course, the higher economic value. And the cleaner it is, then it's better to prevent pollution, so higher environmental benefit. And of course, in the end, we need to look at the comprehensive energy benefit. So this has all these are related to the combustion efficiency of the SRF. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. Thank you for that very insightful presentation about SRF. Now we are going to proceed with the self-introduction of the businesses. So now I would like to ask the following companies: Yangbao, Hongwei, and Raymondis, Taiwan. Let's invite these 3 companies to join us in the back of the stage to prepare for your presentations. So we're going to have the business self-intro. We are going to focus on SRF in this session. May I ask every company to bring with you your company plaque? You will have 3 to 5 minutes for your self-introduction. Please make good use of your time. For every company, please be sure to include in your introduction the following 4 points. First, what kind of business are you? Please show us your company plaque. Second, what kind of business do you do? The name of your business. What kind of service can you provide? And what type of company would you like to cooperate and exchange with? So please be sure to include those 4 points in your company introduction. If you need me to repeat those 4 points, then please let me know. Okay, so please listen for your name. If your name is announced, please join us in the back of our stage. So let's welcome the first company. Please welcome Yangbao Enterprise.
Yangbao Enterprise, please approach the podium to introduce your company. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the owner of Yangbao. We are the designated MT. We have 20 megawatts the power company for the SRF, and this is the largest in central Taiwan. We have license from Bureau of Energy, and we have our own factory, so we can collaborate with all the waste process company. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for Yangbao Enterprise. Next, we would like to invite the Republic of China's Resource Recovery Promotion Association. Next, we would like to invite the Hongwei. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is we are Hongwei. My name is Chen. So our business is that the waste material and for dedicated sludge process, as well as the construction waste and the resource recycle factory. Today, our objective is to understand the development of the industry, and later on our process. And so for the resource, the reuse of the waste and the construction waste recover. And so we would like to have some collaboration with all of you. The objective is to understand the SRF's process as well as the relevant the application and some of the regulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Hongwei. And would like to have a session. And next, let's welcome Raymond, Taiwan. Good morning. We are Raymondis, Taiwan. We are in charge of the waste plastic reprocess to provide the textile companies. This is focused to the objective to understand what is SRF. We are planning to develop the SRF. So and then I wish you have a very fruitful seminar. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Raymondis, Taiwan. Thank you for your blessing. Next, I would like to ask the green environment engineering to get ready. Next, we would like to invite the Republic of China's Resource Recovery Promotion Association. Good morning. I'm from Republic of China's Resource Recovery Promotion Association. My name is Zhong Li. I'm the Secretary General. Our members came from all over Taiwan, including some of the recycle, the classification, and the process. During the process, we will take off the membrane or coating of the packaging material. So we will have this non-combustionable material. So all those film are from PEP, so it has chlorine. So it is very good for a resource of SRF. Therefore, I wish that when we apply as the vendor of SRF can work together with our association, so we can turn the waste material to a resource. Thank you very much to the Republic of China's Resource Recovery Promotion Association. Next, we invite the CHC resource get ready, and on the stage, we would like to invite the Xie. Let's welcome. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Xie Energy Company. Our business is to take the construction waste as a resource. We have our own boiler for the food industry and textile industry. If you need the energy or the fuel, you can contact us. Thank you very much.
谢谢。我们现在协生能源科技。
Thank you to Xie Sheng. Now I would like to invite Green Phoenix to be prepared. And now let's welcome to the stage Green Environment Engineering. Welcome. Let's welcome Green Environment Engineering. Hello, everyone. We are from Green Environment. I am the president from Green Environment. My name is Chen. We do the treatment of waste so we are the largest company we deal with the largest amount of waste from car. ASI produced from cars is roughly 1,200 tons. So we are looking for ways to convert it into SRF. We also want to set up boilers in southern Taiwan. So for vehicle treatment, there are only 4 companies in Taiwan, and all of us are looking for ways to turn this waste into SRF. So if you are interested in this, I look forward to work together with you. I'm also the chairman of the Taiwan Resource Recovery Promotion Association. So we have a lot of members in this industry. So if you have wood, glass, or plastics that you want to look for collaboration partners or for WTE, please approach us. Thank you. Thank you to Green Environment Engineering. Now let's ask Jingjin, Eco Technology and Consultants to prepare, and let's invite CHC Resources Corporation. Dear colleagues, dear officials, hello everyone. We are CHC Resources. We are part of the Zhongyang Group, and we sell and produce concrete and cement. So this is SRF is very common in EU and in Taiwan. A lot of our major companies use our product. For example, the high-speed rail, the MRT, the Metro Taipei building also use slag from us. So this for every ton of slag, there's only 50 kilograms of emission. For every ton of cement, it's 900 kilograms. So using slag, you only use 1/8 of the emission of cement. So we look for a way to work together with you so that we can expand the use of our slag. Thank you. Thank you to CHC Resources. We would like to ask environmental science technology consultants to be prepared. And next on stage would be Green Phoenix. Hello, everyone. We are Green Phoenix. we deal with waste hardware. We have 20 years of history in the waste hardware business. It's mainly colored metals such as copper, aluminum, zinc, nickel, and lead. And we are in the international trading business of these colored metals. Our main sourcing partners are from the EU and the West, and sold to India and China. But in recent years, we have waste stainless steel exported from Taiwan. And there is a significant demand for this. So the partner is here. If you, in your construction waste material, if you have waste stainless steel, I really want to be in contact with you. Our main trade market right now is India. Thank you to Green Phoenix. Now let's invite Environmental Science and Technology and Indy to be prepared. Now let's welcome to stage Eco Technology and Consultants. Hello everyone. We are Eco-Technology and Consultants. Our main business is environmental engineering consultants. So we provide environmental engineering consultation. We help formulate environmental policies and planning, and also waste to energy and waste to resources. It is with great delight to join all of you here, and I really look forward to exchange with you the latest trends in Taiwan's circular economy. I look forward to talking with you. Thank you to Eco Technology and Consultants. Now let's invite Environmental Science Technology and President Packaging to be prepared. And next on stage is Indy Enterprise. Hello, everyone. On behalf of Indy Enterprise, I would like to introduce our company to you. Our business is to produce pellet machines. So we produce wood pellets. If you need pellets produced, or you are a boiler company, and we provide pellets for boilers. For example, for agricultural waste, they approach us to help them make the waste into pellets, and we also produce wood pellets. So if you have demand for wood pellets or for producing pellets, please talk to us. Thank you to Indy Enterprise. Next, let us ask Xinchuan Technology to join us on stage. We also want to ask Environmental Science and President Packaging to be prepared next. Welcome, Xinchuan Technology. Good morning, everyone. We are Xinchuan Technology from Jiayi. My name is Zhong Yelong. We are a very new company. In 2019, we just obtained a patent technology, and we transform material into waterproofing material in cement. So you just need to add it to your cement mix. We produce tens of thousands tons of waste tires. Only 10% of it can be reused, and all the rest need to be incinerated. So we our research turned waste tire into waterproofing material that you only need to add into cement. So the cement artisan, they just need to use our waterproof 2 kilograms pack to some cement and some sand. Then they will be able to create a waterproofing layer. For every square meter, it's less than 50 new Taiwan dollars of cost compared to regular epoxy, which is $1,000 per bottle. It's very affordable. So we are creating waterproofing material at the same time as we are helping the environment in the construction sector. Many people worry that with this kind of recycled material, is it safe to use? Do rest assured that we have passed all kinds of tests, such as formaldehyde and toxins. And heavy metals, we have zero emission for all those, and it is trace materials down to below the threshold value. So it saves you money, it's healthy, and it's eco-friendly. So we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much to Xinchuan Technology.
欢迎到舞台上的是统一包装股份有限公司。
Let's welcome the President Packaging Industrial Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are President Packaging Industrial. We take the paper packaging producer, so-called MID, made in Taiwan. What does it relate to circular economy? For example, nowadays the EPA promoting the circular cup. That is something that the President Packaging would like to move toward circular economy. So if you, as other speakers mentioned, that relevant circular recycle, you can contact us. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Packaging, and thank you very much for all the speakers. A wonderful, excellent presentation. Next, we would like to take a break. So if you need to have more interaction, there are plenty of time during the lunch. So we will take 10 minutes break right now. Let's come back at 10:25. Please come back at 10:25. If you need to use the washroom, it's on my right-hand side. Once again, please be reminded that we have some refreshment over there, so please enjoy the refreshment. We will be back at 10:25. Thank you very much.
各位贵宾朋友，我们的下一个环节呢，即将于2分钟后开始，请各位回座，谢谢大家。 各位贵宾朋友，我们的大会呢即将于1分钟后开始，请各位贵宾尽速入座，谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, our event will begin in 1 minute. Please be seated. Thank you very much.各位贵宾朋友，我们的大会呢要开始了，请各位贵宾。
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat.
And our event will begin now. Please be seated. 请各位贵宾朋友呢，记得将您的手机调为震动或者是静音模式。我们下一场的简报非常精彩哦，请各位贵宾朋友赶紧入座。那么在这边呢，想要报告给各位贵宾朋友，我们这场活动在网络上都有进行中英同步统一的直播。
We have simultaneous interpretation online or on the venue. Either you are here in Taiwan or overseas, and so you can identify all kinds of business opportunity. So we would like to invite all of you to take this opportunity. Next, the presentation will be focused on the circular agriculture. Then the speaker is General Manager Suo Ping-hong with regard to the application of microorganisms on the circular agriculture. We are very honored to invite the Fuzhou Industrial Company, the General Manager Suo Ping-hong. Once again, please be reminded that you can scan the QR code on your badge card. Let's welcome Ms. General Manager Suo Ping-hong. Good morning. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer, Council of Agriculture, as well as EPA, to give me this opportunity to share our company's recent achievement in terms of so-called the agricultural circulation, and share our experience as well. Plus that, so how we have done in this process to utilize a microorganism to help us to apply a better agricultural circulation or circular agriculture. So, okay, first of all, I would like to give you a brief introduction about our company. Then I will cover that. So how we have done in terms of our circular agriculture. Then the application of microorganisms in the agricultural biotechnology and the sustainable development, and also our case example, and so far what kind of products we have developed in terms of the commercial product or our in-house experience. So our company actually, all right. So we are founded in 1920. So we have a centennial. We are a centennial. We just celebrated our 100th anniversary, and this year marked 101. And then we went public in 1990. Our product covered the oil, the corn, and then organic fertilizer, as well as biotechnology products. Here is the list of our products to share with you. Perhaps some of the products you can find in Carrefour or like the Union store shelf of the convenience stores. Okay, so actually originally why we engage in the circular agriculture, that's very straightforward, because we don't want to waste anything. So I will use a diagram later on to elaborate why we apply circular agriculture. Our products, our business covered various domains, so therefore we can, inside our company, we can take a certain process waste to become the resource for the following step, and then to utilize again. So that will end up so-called a circular process to reduce the creation of the waste products. So back in 2013, we worked together with the Food and Agriculture and Food Administration to recycle the waste materials, so we can use our the licensed or self-development develop the technology to produce a product for the farmers, and then to put it back to the ecosystem. So with that, we can implement so-called the economical concept of circular agriculture. Back in 2018, we have received an award of BSA 8001 Circular Economical Standard Certification. We have reached the optimizing level. So I just want to use this diagram to elaborate that how we proceed our circular agriculture. When we receive the raw material, we will put it into a production line. The first step is that from the very beginning, the first step is actually do the botanical oil. So then you will create certain waste, the bean, the debris. So we, in the 60s, we can only rely on imported raw materials, which is very expensive. So we thought about the end product of the fry process. I would say about 20% of the energy or waste. So we use it as a feeder for the poultry industry, and then it will become the feeder for the husbandry industry. And on top of our own chicken farm, we also work together with farmers for contract culture, and so we provide those contract in the chicken farm. So the chicken will be are for these consumers. So during this is the farming, there are certain waste materials. So we will recycle that back to our company to add the microorganisms and transform it into organic compost. So those will go to the organic fertilizer factory to make it into the factory, the organic fertilizer. and then so we can add some beneficial microorganism to create this for benefit the soil, and then for farmers. Then the farmers will plant like the corn and sesame or peanuts, and then we would contract the farmers and then receive their harvest, and then they go to the factory. For example, corn, we will take it back for the feeders for the pet, and for the peanuts and the sesame, we will go to our oil factory to turn into sesame oil or peanut oil, and then the debris will go to our fertilizer plant or downstream to our feeders. So with regard to the concept of the agricultural circulation can be depicted on this diagram. Okay, then actually with regard to the sustainability or biocirculation, because when we process the waste material, this is a biocirculation. So under the biocirculation, a microorganism play a very important role. You cannot see it, it is invisible. However, but if I say without the microorganism, I think that we will have the waste everywhere. The whole planet will turn into garbage. Nothing can degrade it. So most of the so-called biodegradable, the bio materials, bio waste will rely on the microorganism to return it back to the ecosystem. So as of now, the products from our company, including so-called biofertilizers, pesticide, and some of the probiotic and the prebiotic, and they will create so-called the biostimulants. These are also for the agricultural applications. So why we want to use it? Because for those microorganisms, actually they have some functions. Here we just list certain relevant issues for our company. For example, as a fertilizer, it can promote the nutrient utilization, so it has very good development for the plants. And so when we test it inside, if we add the microorganism in the fertilizer, it can reduce the chemical fertilizers. However, the growth of the crops are even better. Recently in organic agriculture, there are some certain diseases, and so you have some it is vulnerable for the pest. So we can once again rely on the microorganism to create certain antibacterial the material to help the plant to avoid certain disease and also kill those pests. There are many studies, that is to say, when you use the microorganism, it can help the plant to fight against a certain challenge. For example, the beginning of this year, we have very serious so-called drought. And then, so when we use a microorganism, if you use the bacterial strains, and then actually it can help the plant to fight so-called against the drought. So this is the evidence. So then like the probiotics, and people talk a lot about so-called the probiotics in the intestine. Actually, the utility of those bacteria can help the pet or the animals to have a better nutrition. So they don't need to eat too much food to reduce excretion as well. So still they can grow to the level as we expected, and on top of that, it can improve so-called the environment of the husbandry environment. So when they grow, when you put them on the mat, on it can, to avoid the wet floor, so you can help then to have these waste. So nowadays we use the microorganism to reduce the organic compounds. So with that, actually during the process, we can transform the waste from the traditional agriculture into other products, even high-value products, or even to say that we just simply transform it into compost, and then to improve the entire ecology. This is why we consider the role of microorganisms in the biocirculation or agricultural circulation. This is a very important role. Then so now we talk about a lot about SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. So for our company, such as our company, we have 17 goals. Out of those 17 goals, if we look at those SDG, so for the microorganism can target the goal number 2 to avoid hungry. The goal number 3, health and welfare, and the goal number 12, accountability and productivity, and the goal 15 to protect conservation on the marine line ecology. Therefore, in order to achieve that goal, our company actually we established a factory, a fertilizer plant in Lugang early days. This is a professional and dedicated organic fertilizer, also been ISO certified. So we produce organic fertilizer. We also develop so-called the soil management and the plant management to produce a lot of agricultural materials for farmers. And then, so with regard to the microorganism, we have our own fermenter to produce the microorganisms, large amount of mass production of microorganisms. We also have this agricultural information building to promote the so-called to do the farmers education and the visit, and to apply the agricultural education. Yes. And then we also established our research center, research and development center. We also incorporate the so-called the technology from the academic and research institute. We also have self-developed, self-screened the beneficial microorganisms. Therefore, right now we have launched a certain fertilizer, microorganism fertilizer. We have 3 strains. Why we need a different strains? Because we identified that the different strains can benefit different growth of the plants. So if we want to say we want to have a better fruits, we use dedicated strains, something like that. So now this is under development. Okay, so on top of that, so with regard to so-called the microorganism fertilizer, we also have some different bacteria, or like for the starch sporadic bacteria. We also collaborate with the research institution. We work together with the Zhonggaicang and the Yaodian, and so actually those are for the pest prevention and the disease prevention, it worked very well. So back to the original concept, we want to reduce the agricultural damage and increase agricultural productivity. And the other one is for the environment. For this part, actually, we also work together with Taiwan Galiangchang, so we can license in to apply for the domestic compost. So you can utilize that in your home, and then for your little garden. And then so nowadays many people want to enjoy these mini agricultural applications. As I mentioned earlier, I just used this diagram to quickly summarize that, to tell you that our company, with regard to the circular agriculture, how we apply the microorganisms on this concept. With regard to the raw material, so when it start to build so-called the feeder, we add the probiotics, and so for those probiotics being intake by the chicken will be very healthy. and I mean, you don't need to so much feeders. That's our objective. So the chickens, I mean, after they were collected, and then they, I mean, on top of that, we will also do some kind of this is for the meat producers. So we will add microorganisms. So such an microorganism can reduce, can reduce the humidity of those mattresses, and during the cultivation, the wet mattress will produce ammonia, so it can absorb or degrade ammonia. So it is either for the health of the chicken or the chickens. The quality of the chicken have a certain impact. Later on we will take. When we sold the chicken, and then so the remaining organic waste will be served for compost. We will use traditional 3 to 6 months. Of the compost will be reduced to 2 to 4 weeks. It all depends on the level of the maturity of the compost. So you can speed up the compost process. So later on, it becomes a raw material for organic fertilizer. It will enter so-called and transform it into a part of the organic fertilizer. And then for when the farmers use it, we will encourage them to use so-called beneficial microorganisms in the soil to enhance the nutrient absorption. So for the crops, so when we talk about the utilization of chemical fertilization, the excess of the chemical fertilization will deteriorate the soil. If we can reduce the utility of the chemical fertilizer, and then we use so-called the compost or organic material to enhance the organic compound in the soil, so to help the soil to resume a better activity. So for the overall productivity, it is a very positive impact, and also the harvest is more healthy. So our company, this is a quick summary to tell you why our company want to develop microorganisms, and also the largely apply on the farms. Actually, it is a very significant benefit. So my time is up. So later on, I will just briefly go through our products, and also, for example, here, if we use a microorganism, you can see the overall the rice, the harvest of the rice. You can see the stem is much better. For example, if you use simply utilize the chemical fertilizer compared to the microorganism, you can see the shape and the health of the cabbage. This is about the pesticide. You can see. I'm not sure whether you can see it or not. Actually, with in the so-called organic agriculture, if you add this, then we'll have less the pest. So this is the sporadic the bacillus. And then also this is utilize the compost, organic or biocompost, the impact to the root. So if you can see, if you use biocompost, the root is better, can have a better growth, you can absorb nutrition much better. This is the same. Okay, this is for the mattress, because later on we find out that when you use this microorganism, it is not only just so-called, when you use it, it can help your productivity, and also can help have a better benefit, either the farm or the slaughter house, and then they will reduce the damage or enhance the efficiency. Our vision is that to provide the health for the general public, and then also later on, based on that mission, now we are actively developing so-called microorganism to help contribute to the circular agriculture, and become one of the sustainable strategy for the business. Okay, so this complete my presentation. Thank you very much for your listening. Okay, thank you. Thank you, General Manager Hong, for your excellent presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hong, the General Manager. All right. Once again, please be reminded that if you are interested in her presentation, so at the back of your name badge, if you scan the QR code, you can download the slide deck. If you are interested in this material, welcome to download the slides. So next is a time for the industrial presentation. We will focus on the relevant industry of the circular agriculture. Please approach the podium when your names are called. So including the four titles, subject. First is what type of company, and so secondly, what kind of business you run. The third is what kind of service you provide, and the fourth is what type of company you would like to collaborate with. So that's the four agenda. If you need me to repeat that, please raise your hand. If you don't need it, then let's proceed the introduction.
For the first company, let's welcome to the stage Jolly Green International Industry. Welcome to Jolly Green. Dear colleagues, dear officials, good morning, everyone. I am from Jolly Green International. We were founded over a decade ago in 2008. We have a formula from Japan for an enzyme, and I was a professor at Taipei University of Technology, and I was authorized to do research in soil improvement chemicals. So at my lab, I studied this for over a decade. So what is this soil improvement is actually what it's known as organic fertilizer. And in 2013, I transformed my work into working with family leftover. So I came up with an enzyme that can inhibit the odor of kitchen leftover, so that if housewives are willing to do composting of this leftover, so what used to take 3 months can be cut down to 15 days, down to as short as 15 days for composting. And then we can put it into a accelerated mixer. In 2013, I received a grant from Taipei to come up with this accelerating enzyme. And then I started to make arrangement for acquiring a patent. In 2018, it was my work has come to maturation. I don't market my product. I am an inventor. So in 2018, 2019, I started promoting my product in community universities. And last year, I found that plastic bag is now a big crisis. So now I am working on the production of biodegradable plastic, and also the channel and the back end work. I cannot manufacture it myself, but I work with PLA, plastic bag manufacturers. In terms of marketing channels, in Taipei, the Environmental Protection Bureau has announced as of October 3rd that whatever channels that use PLA plastics must have their dedicated recycling bins, and I also have a patent for this bin. So for PLA bags, PLA plastic products need to be discarded into these bins. The bin itself is biodegradable plastic. Then we will have recycling companies making compost out of it. So I study this back-end improvement and work on organics. When we talked about SRF, actually, there are only two types of material on Earth. One is inorganic, the other is organic and eco-friendly. For example, bone inside of all of us is inorganic, but this helps nourish the organic matters in our bodies. So now I work with organic waste so that it can be restored back into earth. But you need to comply with regulation of the Council of Agriculture. For example, for the kitchen leftover, it needs to comply with certain codes. So with that, I conclude my introduction of my company. So those of you interested, I'm very happy to license my product to you. Thank you very much for that introduction to Jolie Green International. Now let's welcome ASK Shokai Taiwan. Welcome to ASK Shokai Taiwan. Hello everyone, we are from ASK Shokai. My name is Yang, and my company works on organic clay, and we work with treatment and waste disposal of organic clay waste. We also work with Japan and together with some companies in Taiwan that have organic waste so that they can directly do disposal and treatment of the waste right at the source. One feature about our equipment is that when we're working with organic waste, we don't require any fuel, and we don't require power, gas, or oil. Any fossilized fuel is not required for working with this treatment of the organic waste. Also, the product that we end up with, so the input is organic waste. 99.9% of it will be decomposed, and then we are left with clay-like resource. We are able to cut down the volume by 1% to 1/500, and even 1/1500. So for every ton of waste, we can reduce it down to 10 kilograms of clay, and you can also make the clay into resource to be reused. So we are an eco-friendly and circular company with our equipment. We are in an era where it's best to work with the treatment to treat the waste right at the source. This is a highly carbon-friendly and eco-friendly kind of equipment. I believe this is the trend of the era we're in right now. And it's really aligned with the idea of reuse of waste. Whether it is in Taiwan or internationally, everyone is working hard to find ways to work toward net zero and also cut down carbon emission. So we hope to contribute to that overall goal. In Taiwan, we focus on composite waste plastic mixes. So those companies who want to work with this kind of materials are welcome to contact us. Thank you very much to ASK Shokai Taiwan. Now let's welcome from Sugar Business Division Taiwan Sugar Corporation. Hello everyone. I think we are the last company to present today. I believe all of you are very familiar with Thai Sugar, Taiwan Sugar Corporation. But I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Thai Sugar to you because over the last few years, Thai Sugar is very dedicated to the implementation of circular economy under the leadership of our general manager. Thai Sugar is a business enjoying 75 years of history. In the past, our core business is sugar making from sugar canes. Sugarcane business itself is a great model for circular economy from the circular agriculture during farming and also sugar making, which is circular industry. So after we loop this entire chain together, it's a very comprehensive loop for circular economy. From sugar making extending into livestock business for pig farming. In addition to that, we also encompass the other two topics of today. For example, for the sugarcane waste in the future, perhaps we can use RDF to enhance its energy utilization rate. So refuse-derived fuel is a great product, and also the microbiotics can be taken advantage of. And also in the afternoon, we will talk about circular construction, which we're also heavily involved. So today, I'm really looking forward to learning from you. And I would like to love to hear from you advanced technology in these around these topics. For Thai Sugar, I can give you an example. For example, our sugarcane waste, leftover sugarcane, is burned because we used to call it waste in the past, but it's really a resource. So 70% of it becomes fuel to produce steam and heat for our sugar factories. However, in the last few years, because of issues in energy and also environmental protection, we are thinking about higher efficiency in using the waste sugar cane byproduct. So today is a great opportunity to share and exchange with all of you and bring in good technology. We also have trimmed wood materials from over 10,000 hectares of silviculture forest. So we are here as a user, and I would love to hear what kind of technologies you have to offer. So I come here with a lot of expectations, and thank you very much. Thank you to Taiwan Sugar Corporation Sugar Business Division. Also, thanks to all the previous companies for your self-introduction. So, as mentioned by this speaker, now we will proceed to a networking section. So, we will have lots of time for networking exchange. So please look for partners that you would like to work with over the next little while and help yourself with refreshments. We will have networking time until 12 o'clock noon time. Thank you.
各位现场的贵宾朋友们，大家午安。我们的午餐呢，已经帮各位准备好了，在我们
Ladies and gentlemen, we have lunch ready for you. To my right, we have buffet lunch prepared for you. Please make sure you wear your mask as you take the food and help yourself with a great lunch. Lunchtime will be a great time to further network. So please enjoy your lunch.
1点45分，一定要回到会场哦。我们下午的主题呢，会跟大家分享循环临界如何与 SRF 及循环农业跨界整合，以及与公共建筑的合作契机。而且活动结束后，我们会有精美的环保小礼物要来送给大家，请各位千万不要错过喽。我们的 buffet 餐点呢，就在右侧屏风的后方。buffet 餐点在右侧屏风的后方。请各位前往享用，并在1点45分回到会场，谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, our lunch buffet is ready. Please enjoy the lunch buffet and return to our venue at 1:45 p.m. 1:45 p.m. Our event will resume at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾朋友们，大家午安！我们的活动呢，即将于10分钟后，于2点钟时准时开始。谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our event will begin in 10 minutes at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.各位贵宾朋友们，大家午安！我们的活动即将于5分钟后，于2点钟时准时开始。我们这边呢，想要邀请各位贵宾，可以再往舞台靠近坐一点点。不止呢，讲者的简报可以看得更清楚，也可以与我们等一下的讲者有更多的互动。等一下的2位讲者简报都非常的精彩，因此我们想要邀请所有的贵宾呢，可以往前坐，可以往前坐。我们的活动即将开始，谢谢大家。 Ladies and gentlemen, our event will begin in 5 minutes at 2 p.m. We would like to invite all of you to sit closer to the stage so that you can have more interaction with the speakers. Our 2 speakers later all have very wonderful presentations. We would like to invite all of you to sit closer to the stage. Thank you very much. "各位贵宾朋友们，大家午安！我们的活动呢，即将于5分钟后开始了。我们在这边想要邀请所有的贵宾朋友，可以坐得离舞台更靠近，麻烦各位往前坐。这样子呢，等一下讲者的简报可以看得更清楚之外，也可以与我们的讲者有更多的互动。我们等一下2位讲者的简报都非常精彩哦，因此我们邀请所有贵宾呢，可以往前坐，离舞台更靠近。活动即将开始，谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We would like to invite all of you to sit closer to the stage so that you can have more interaction with the speaker and have a closer look at the presentation. We would like to invite all of you to sit closer to the stage. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾朋友。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our afternoon meeting will start in 5 minutes.
各位长官以及亲爱的贵宾朋友们，大家午安！欢迎回到2021。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Circular Economy Conference. Please be reminded that you can just simply scan the QR code at the back of your name badge. Then you can download the presentation deck of the speakers. So feel free to scan the QR code to download those information. This afternoon, the subject is circular construction. The first speaker will be Dr. Liang Zhenlu to talk about the strategy and the certain case regarding circular construction. Dr. Li is the director of Taiwan Construction Research Institute. Let's welcome Dr. Li. Mr. Liu, Ms. He, and Director Li, another speaker, the architect, Mr. Guo. Good afternoon. So I will just spend about 10 minutes to go through some of my experience because the time is very precious. So I have engaged an association relevant to circular economy, not only for the industry but also agriculture. So let's promote circular economy together. I'm the professor at the National Taiwan University, Department of Civil Engineer, and now I'm working at the Taiwan Construction Research Institute. Actually, it's rather difficult to apply the circular economy through the civil engineering because we have a longer shelf life or life cycle. As you know, that when we talk about circulation, it involves safety issues. You cannot just guarantee what will happen down on the road 30 years or 30 years later. So this is why the construction industry is very or relatively conservative because in the safety concern. But however, is it possible for certain scenario that you can maintain or reconstruct or repair or even compensation? So that is a very important issue. So we have an idea that that for the material, the building as a material bank, so half century later you can withdraw it without interest. At least you still can use it. So many of the construction material can be reutilized or even apply with a lower level. So this book is a way when we published it 2 years ago together with the Dutch representative. We have an electronic copy. Send me your email address, and then I can send you the electronic digital copy. So this is our vision. So this is the first one in Taiwan, so-called about the material passport. So that's a very important concept. So this is the transient exhibition in the Flora exhibition, or this is the expo, Flower Expo. We use so kind of the material you can disassemble and then reuse it. So this is the different consideration. So if we can use an existing building, so whether sometimes if you want to save energy before you sign the contract, you want to review whether it has the license or certificate. So during the tenure period, you can take care of that. So for the new building, you need to apply the incentive, the assessment, as well as the concept of a circular the idea. So if you need to spend 20% to 30% of the budget, however, if you take a mortgage from the bank, whenever they know this is green finance, if you invest in a green asset, it's much easier to receive the loan, so or be financed. With that, there's a certain cross-disciplinary collaboration, so-called, to plan ahead about the waste process. So this is also the material flow is something that the country need to have a good idea. So we are talking about negotiating about technology from Netherlands regarding certain green technology. So you can recycle that the steel. However, people thought the concrete can recycle. It's 100% circular concrete as smart crushing. So there's a data here that smart crusher can reduce 10% of carbon emission. So once you demolish this building, you can move it away, and then so there's the sand, and then the sand and a pebble and the cement. So all together, these three together with water, you can build a building, a construct building. Now recycled 100%. So now we are working together. I mean, it's a tripartite TCRI plus the Dutch representative office plus the private company to build these green materials, as long as the carbon emission ratio from the raw material is 1 to 1.15. However, for 1 cubic meters of cement, the water is only, the concrete cement is only 300 something. So there are many things you can be reused after repairment, like the public construction is the same. So however, the country or the government is not that wealthy, so we need to take it apart and reconstruct it. The best example is to enhance the building in the campus. After 9/11 earthquake, we have compensated about more than 8,000 buildings. The cost is only 10% of the original budget. So we just use a different enhanced wall. We didn't use or apply a complicated, sophisticated approach. So we only utilize three approaches, three methods. You can see the impact is that for this building, this is from Guiren Junior High School. This building is we need to further repair or enhance, but that's on the list done 2 years later. So that the performance is very significant. The key point is that it can match the current the standard to resist the earthquake. So you don't need to tear it out. We only use 10% of budget to reach the same quality. So let me show you certain example. This is Quay Carter or in Sydney. So they took apart certain old. This is 50 years already. Take this red part away and then add this green part. So it creates like a ventilation and the landscape, etc., etc. So they maintain 2/3 of the structure and save 50% of material. So you can see this is a very, very famous example. The second one is this Alexander in Netherlands. this, when we promote the circular economy, this is a very strong, very significant example. This is you can see this factory. They are very old, so they renovate them to get all together from the exterior to the interior, and to bring green environment. So when they built this roof, this is lightweight construction to save the material. However, it created many green space. This is during the construction. They use a lot of second-hand wood or recycled wood to protect it is thermal protection. So they use the recycled material, and also solar panels, and then this is for the car parks. So you can see they have a very comfortable interior environment. And this is an art museum in Chiayi. That is to transform the old building and then to add a new or just a small expansion to enlarge the space. This is very similar to the previous example. This is the ABN Bank of Netherlands. So this is an exhibition hall. So they use a so-called C2C certification, that is cradle-to-cradle certification, to satisfy the circular and healthy concept. They also use the solar boiler to save water. These are very popular. Use a certain material, light material, and there are certain special ventilation system to save the energy. They use a large scale of the wood materials. This is definitely can be recycled, and so the vertical elevator. This is a rental elevator. So here in Taiwan, so you will see even when we talk about the salon example, the elevators or lifts are rented. So they share for the neighborhood residents. So this is also the shared platform. And this is all rental. So the space is excellent. Actually, there's a new concept I want to tell you, is that reduce, reuse, and recycle. When we talk about the circular economy, reduce the design is the priority, then reuse is the second. Recycle is downstream. Okay, so you need to start from the design part. When we review the Skyrock building, this is the C1B1, very close to Taipei train station. It's about 50 store or 70 store. We want to have the optimized design. So when I spend more than 20 years in this research, then not many people use this. In the past, my research, like the bridge at the Sydney Harbor, this is a Guandu bridge. You can see when we implement those reduced quantity to design it. Last but not least, this is our current study. So this apparel use 85% of recycled material. It saves this amount of water. It saves this amount of carbon. This is the electricity saved. This is the shoes use 9.5 bottles of the plastic bottle or this is for this construction or this bridge. Are there any safety concern? This is something people concerned. That is why it is very challenging to promote. So we need to take a certain certification. For example, the Flora Expo's Dutch hall, and then I work as the consultant for the circular economy, and this is for the certification of C2C material for heavy metals, and this is 100% recycled. And then during the process, are there any recycled energy? Are there any water or utility saving, or are there any equity concern? This is the first circular construction material in Asia, also received C2C certification. Later on, Mr. Guo will cover this, so I will just skip it. For the first building, so-called the circular residential hole. We use Madaster's circular indication indicator from Dutch to calculate the level of circulation, and also we review the life cycle, including the scheme, the space, the service, landscape, and the structure, etc. This is a very detailed. I also talk about this concept with Mr. Guo. This is too trivial. So, but for the future, we can further simplify this process. So you need to know all the information regarding the recycle, whether it is original, it is recycled. So we spend a lot of time. So and the materials are not, the information not that comprehensive from different perspectives. You can see there are 23% of the circulation, but there are room to improve. So for the Nangang construction, we use this policy. Green building is the foundation. This is charging. This is rental, and etc. etc. Also, we have a modularized approach. Some of them are pre-forged or the modularized construction, or this is the elevator can generate power. And something like this modularized furniture to serve as a reference. This is something like we can utilize the consultation to receive the BSI certification. So the city government received the best. The two construction companies also received the award. Last slide, I want to tell you that nowadays I saw from the industry or from overseas, broken the concrete can absorb carbon dioxide. So this is something that we can reduce 25% of carbon footprint. This completes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that enlightening presentation, Dr. Lu. I believe after that talk, you have further insight into circular construction. Now, for the second talk, we also have an excellent speaker lined up. We will have architect Guo Yingzhao to talk about circular economy, the new driver of construction innovation. We have from an architect principal from bioarchitecture Formosa. Architect Mr. Guo, please. Dear colleagues, good day. I call my talk Rethinking Design Through BI. In our field, when we talk about greenfielding or circular construction, we think creativity or innovation is very important. Any new codes or any new regulations, we see it as a barrier to innovation, but I think that is only a myth. Actually, if we look into the past, it's quite the contrary. We are able to overcome the barrier if we think about it as an opportunity for innovation rather than barrier. So in today's industrial economy, we talk about linear economy, recycling economy, and circular economy. Sometimes when we talk about circular economy, it's actually recycling economy. So it's a matter of a different degree. So this happens right next to us, a show home being demolished by a very famous construction company. So it looks like a terrible sight, but actually it's linear economy plus recycling economy. So there's going to be down cycle happening here. This is not necessary. This is not unfriendly, but we do the recycling here, but in our current market, when there's not enough value, it becomes a waste. So that's something we have to overcome in circular economy. When we look at the life cycle of a building, since today is about matchmaking, we're talking about business opportunities. When you look at a building, there are different life cycles in here, including a structure that has 100 years of life cycle to equipment and utility lines that range from 1 to 10 years. So from whether it is 1 year to 100 years, there are business opportunities here, but we need to break it down from an overall aggregate down to different levels of life cycles, and then we break down into different layers, then we can find a lot of opportunities within. So this is our office at Bioarchitecture for Mosana. When we talk about circular construction, the greatest opportunities comes from interior finishing because the life cycle is the shortest. With some commercial space, it's even changed every 3 to 5 years. So interior finishing is actually an excellent entry point for circular construction. Then this is our own office. Everything has been moved around 4 times after 20 years of use. So the circularity would be very high. However, there is no consensus on how to calculate circularity. That's why we really need to rely on Dr. Liu for a simple way to calculate circularity. If it's very aligned with common sense, that's good enough. We don't have to have extremely accurate calculations. So on Taipei 101 on the 35th, we also have a rental instead of buy kind of furnishing and finishing. So rent instead of buy is an important principle in circular economy. The same materials can be used, refurbished, and reused. So this is rent instead of buy, another key principle. So from the most simple interior finishing, whether it is furnishing, lighting, rentals, to reversible design for interior components, and then all the way to a building. So going from small scale, this is a training center that was built by a private foundation. So almost everything in here is prefab as much as possible, prefabricated to reduce impact on the environment. Because it's prefab, it's only assembled on site. So this reduces the footprint. You can look at this from 2 points of view. One is the footprint after construction, and the second is the footprint during construction. Actually, the footprint during construction may be 3, even up to 5 times higher than the footprint after construction, because it relies a lot on your construction methods. And actually, we have this almost the same footprint during and after construction. You can see the forest has been kept intact. So this is a prefab idea from all the way from foundation. And for the top structure, we wanted to actually pre-make this in the factories and then to rig it. And then for the floor slabs, everything is cantilevered. At the center is the bathroom and the structure, the core structure. And then this is prefab flooring. Then prefab walls, all assembled. This is the final look, and this has been completed. So all these are prefab walls, 60 centimeter wide. For the length, there's less restrictions with different texture. So it's completely reversible design. When you demolish this, when you dismantle this building, it just looks like a reversal of the construction. So that's exactly what reversible design means. You just rewind it, and then that's dismantling it. And so this building can be assembled and dismantled in exactly the same way, just the reverse. This morning, you probably heard about this, but I look at this from a more construction point of view when I present it to you. So Taishuger Circular Village, when we talk about innovation, when we design using circular principles, All these are actually more attractive and appealing than without using the principles. The appeal comes not just from the what we are trying to do, but the natural materials on its own and the construction methods on its own is very appealing. So you just need to hold an open attitude toward aesthetics and toward appeal. Then you will come up with a very good final product. So everything from the structure to the outer walls to the interior finishing are reversible design. This before and after. So other than the trees still need to mature, it almost looks exactly the same. The building form has a pitched roof with individual multi-floor units at the top and then multi-family units at the bottom. So this is what you see from the high-speed rail station. It's west-facing. So slowly you will see a feature here, which is modularization, standardization. But it doesn't have to be monolithic or unappealing, because designers worry about that a lot. But actually, even using modules, you can come up with a very attractive design. And this is a shared farm. And then we have greenhouses here and different units. So whatever you see here is everything is assembled from prefab units. So this is the structure itself. You can see all the steel components are standardized, including the pitch, the angles, and then all the floors are prefabbed in factories and then assembled on site. In southern Taiwan, there is a great shortage of labor. So construction company wants to change the basement to prefab units as well, but the prefab factories have more work than they can take, and they cannot take more order. So actually, we can see the whole sector moving toward prefab. Even if we don't do anything about it, that's an inevitable trend that will push us that way. So this is using BIM, the Building Information Modeling, to build the standard structure, and this is under construction. You can see the prefab floor being lifted. So you don't need any form work, and you don't need any bracing supports. It's very clean on site, and so it's a very good environment for the workers as well. This is after completion. So you will see we have mainly two types of walls. One is solid walls, the other is balconies. For the solid walls, it is also prefabricated in the factory. So you can see the walls are made in the factory, including the tiling being attached. So it is cast in the factory and then transported and then lifted on site. And this is after completion. This is the exit stair. And then every piece of wall is lifted prefab unit. So you cannot tell that it's prefab. It's actually quite appealing when you look at it. The next part is about the balconies. We have about 4. So we actually have only 4 modules for the facade. The 4 modules can be assembled in a very diversified way. So every unit can be attached from the inside, and likewise when you dismantle it, it's the same thing. As Dr. Liu said, you need to think about the end right from the beginning to think about the whole loop. Of course, we cannot resolve everything. However, it's different when you attach it from outside versus inside. When you do it from outside, you need cranes and scaffolding. But when you go do from the inside, it has a much higher circularity. So all these components in the end can become elements in our BIM model. So in our BIM, we are building as a material bank. So the quantity and the dimensions of every component is stored in the BIM model. So these are the standard facades with a few units, different dimensions. There are roughly just 4 of them with and then plus different colors. Then you come up with the kaleidoscopic combination for the facade. So with such a big building, it's impossible to take an inventory of each component inside the building. So you rely on the BIM model to organize the building as a material bank. Interior finishing materials are the same. Whether it is flooring, the ceiling, or flooring, everything is just fixed in place. So interlocking is an important technique that we are using. So if we want highest flexibility, it's best to do it interlocking without any screws or rivets, because after 30 years, the screws may be stuck and unable to be dismantled. So we try to maximize in interlocking design wherever possible. Finally, new materials is very important. This is UHPC, high performance concrete. This is a bridge in Czech Republic. It spans over 10 meters, and the concrete is only 3 centimeters thick. So new material is opening up great possibilities in circular construction. I can build a very large slab, but with very lightweight. So it's very easy to assemble up, to move around, and even store in the future. So this is a great horizon that new material is opening up, especially high performance concrete. So this is a 3 centimeter sectional thickness, just a U shape with no steel inside. This is a book that we just published recently, and we are going to have the Chinese version in Christmas. It's called Biological Intelligence. Circularity is about learning from nature, bionics. So the nature has been in operation for millions and millions of years, and we really need to learn from it. So whenever we are stuck, we should try to think about nature and take lessons from there. What would nature do in this case? And then we should just follow suit. So this is the kind of thinking we pursue. When people talk about AI, artificial intelligence, it advances us faster because AI is about calculations. But when we talk about BI, it would take us further and longer. Thank you. Thank you, Architect Kuo, for that very enlightening talk. Thanks to the 2 presenters. Now, I would like to remind you, if you want to learn more about their talks, you can just scan the QR code on the back of your name badge, and you will be able to download all the presentations from today. Please do not miss that opportunity. Now we're going to have another round of self-introduction by the participating companies. We have Chinese and English live interpretation streamed online. So whether you are on site or not, you will see the presentations by each of the company. So in this section, we will talk mainly about the circular construction. So please come up to stage one by one Just like the previous rounds, we would like you to introduce the following 4 points. First, the name of your company. Please come up with a name flag that we have prepared for you. Second, the business that you are in. 3, what kind of service you can provide. And 4th, what type of companies would you like to cooperate and collaborate with? So please ensure you talk about those 4 points in your introduction. So when your company name is mentioned, please join us on stage for your self-introduction.
So although that they are on the morning list, but however it is also relevant to the circular economy. So we'll call them again. The first one is Xinchuan Technology. Welcome, Xinchuan. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very honored to have this opportunity to stand here to present our company's product. We are a relatively new company called Xinchuan. And so this is the company name. My name is Zhong Yerong. Our company is based on the consideration of circular economy. 2 years ago, we saw the local waste tires. Each year, we have 140,000 tons of waste tire. Only around 10% are recyclable. So we need to apply the thermal dissolution to utilize a proprietary technology to utilize the hydrophobic characteristic of the glue to build so-called the black King Kong, the water repellent. So our products has received the patent in 2019. We are applying patents all around the world. So we have these products very easy to apply. So it's for a package of 2 kilograms of repellent plus 50 kilograms of cement together with appropriate sands and waters. So and then you mix together and then to create the water repellent. So in average, 2 kilograms of water repellent, if it is 1 centimeter thick, you can cover 12 square meters. So it is less than 40 NT dollars per square meters. So compared with a traditional application, you are talking about several thousand NT dollars cost. So we have some successful case. So you can build on the wall and on the roof, on the wall or in the bathroom, so it is very easy to apply, and then it's very user friendly. And then normally you need to wait until a couple of days to dry. Then our products doesn't take that long. So the advantage, there are 6 advantages. First is environment friendly. And then we utilize the waste tire to apply the concept of circular economy. Second is the time saving, because it is very easy to apply. The third is save the cost, as I mentioned earlier, less than 40 NT dollars per square meter. The fourth is the healthy. That is to say, perhaps you have a concern because about the resource, whether it is not as pure as you expect. So we fully understand the concern. So we have run through the 8 major heavy metals test. So it is also in the 1 to the thousands of the standard, either the formaldehyde or the salt. We all passed the test. And then also pass the CNS standard regard to the cement. This is very environmental friendly. For those of you who are interested in our products, please add my line, and then we can share this new product to the industry. Thank you very much. Thank you, Xinchuan. As mentioned during the matchmaking period, if you are interested, please contact Xinchuan or add his line. The next is, well, I'd like to welcome. This is the CHC Resource Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are from CHC Resource Corporation. We are in the so-called highballing this cement. Then this is very environmental friendly. This is a very good green construction material. For example, the carbon footprint is only the 1/18th of the regular cement, and so it is a very low carbon emission. And if you use those powder to add about 20% to 40% to replace the cement, and then you can reduce about 30% to 60% of carbon emission. At the moment, here in Taiwan, we have many lines. Some of this as the examples, and so this is best features cement. So thank you, CHC, as he mentioned. So if you are interested in their business, feel free to contact CHC. Next, let's welcome the Taiwan Architect and Building Center. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm from the Taiwan Architect Building Center. This is the building we established through the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and so this is the fireproof material and green building promotion, etc. We also commissioned the circular economy project from Taiwan Construction Research Institute. Also from this is near net zero energy consumptions building. Also, we promote a green community and a green building. Today, we would like to have more interaction with the vendor to implement the energy resource as well as water materials circulation in this the construction to implement our concept. Thank you very much. Thank you, the representative from Taiwan Architect and Building Center. Next is so we would like to invite the Association for the Construction Residue, the Earth Stone, and so the association is from the Earth, the soil, the resource. We have two types. One is the vendor to process the construction waste, and the second is regarding the earth soil from the construction. So as you know that, so the residual earth soil, and then we have a lot of challenge to relocate them or to have some output. So we would like to find the way to have a cross-sector collaboration. For example, for the cement industry, perhaps they need us from B1 to V7, all types of soils, and to serve as something to replace the cement. So with regard to the combustible materials, it can serve as a replacement. If you can identify different output. So it is a very, very benefit to good to our industry. Thank you very much.
商业同业工会。
Thank you for that presentation, and we want to thank all the presenting companies for their self-introduction. I believe this will open up a lot of opportunities for cooperation among all our partners. Now we will proceed to a networking section. I believe with that self-introduction, you have further insight into your businesses, and this is a great opportunity for everyone to stand up and chat with each other. We have refreshments and coffee and tea prepared for you in the back. We will continue with the networking time until 3:30 this afternoon, and please take advantage of this time. Thank you.
各位贵宾朋友们，大家午安。我们在这边想要邀请所有贵宾。
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask everyone to take a seat soon? We have had a whole day of lectures, exchange, and partnership in matchmaking. I believe you have found a lot of new people that you can work with, and this has been a great opportunity to widen our horizon and stimulate innovations in circular economy. Now we would like to invite the Deputy Director General of the Department of Waste Management at the EPA, the organizer today, to have deliver some concluding remarks for us. Dr. Liu, dear business partners, thank you very much for staying until the last moment. Thank you all. Before I start, I would like to thank everyone who is participating in today's seminar in matchmaking, all the official department, including the Construction and Planning Agency, the Public Construction Commission, and the Council of Agriculture. In order to promote circular economy, we need people from different sectors to take part together. Secondly, I would like to thank all the presenters today. Thank all the representatives joining this event. We are in a pioneering stage. Everyone is talking about circular economy, sustainability, but there is no single right answer. Everyone's learning from each other. We are looking at the European experience, and they're looking at our experience. So whatever you have in mind, go and try it, and if you have some results, then people will try and learn from you. So everyone is learning from each other across the global community. We are all learning. So that's the first idea. I was very enlightened by Dr. Liu's presentation. He said that when you reuse concrete, you can cut down the carbon emission by 50%. And if we can turn waste into SRF, the waste to energy, and you can make solely recovered fuel from it, you can cut down the carbon emission by 30 to 70%. As far as impact on the environment, whether it is carbon or other things, when you compare SRF with charcoal or with coal, it only has 1/5 or 1/6 of the environmental impact of coal. So it is very helpful for our environment to produce SRF. In the old days in Taiwan, when we were developing, we always put economy first and environment last in the 50s and 60s because we're still trying to make a living. But then in the 90s and the 2000s, people will say economy and environment should work hand in hand. And that's what is spelled out in our law. But actually, we all know what we all think differently inside. But today, with global warming, environmental issues may be more important than economic issues. In fact, if you impact white dolphin and some of the rare biomes in Taiwan, you need to make changes. The same is true for big businesses in Taiwan. They need to use green energy, materials bank, and green additives. Just to talk about the recycling of plastic alone, that's an important trend as well. So we need a certain ratio of recycled plastic, and in EU countries, their goal is cut by 25% by 2025 and 50% by 2030, and also 20% recycled plastic. So all these are irreversible trends. So I want to thank all of you for taking part in this. although some of you are not present here, but if you are interested in some of the information, please take the initiative to contact your new partners. Thank you very much for your participation today. Thank you for a perfect conclusion to our seminar and matchmaking event today. As he said, through today's event, I believe we will stimulate some new sparks for circular economy. We have the event broadcast in Chinese and English live online. So I believe we will have more new partners and opportunities local and abroad. So I thank you all for participating in today's event. I wish you a great evening. Thank you.
就是我们因为今天有准备了非常丰盛的这些茶点，那如果说大家呢不嫌弃，而且我们不想制造更多的厨余负担，大家我们都有打包好其实大家就可以带回去当点心。那要不然我们就会到台北火车站去做善事了，让那些游民们有机会可以饱食一顿。那请大家尽量可以自由取用我们在后面有打包，谢谢。